多少汗水砌成一道墙，
多少苦心聚成一个家。这里是温暖明亮、
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经历就能点亮多难的愿望，让我们像一家人一样，
来分享感动，化解迷惘，用最温柔的目光，
看彼此成长，张开臂膀，
打开门窗，
让爱照在心上。也许你我故事不一样，
却都在这被爱被疗伤。这里是谈心歌唱，
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经历就能点亮多难的愿望，
让我们像一家人一样，来分享感动，化解迷惘，用最温柔的目光，看彼此成长。敞开臂膀，打开门窗，让爱照在心上。巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴巴，哈啦巴拉嘣嘣，巴拉巴拉巴拉巴巴巴，巴巴巴拉巴。让我们像一家人一样，来分享感动，化解迷惘，用最温柔的目光，看彼此成长。张开臂膀，打开门窗，让爱照在心上。
多少汗水砌成一道墙，
多少苦心聚成一个家。这里是温暖明亮、
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经 也许你我故事不一样，
却都在这被爱被疗伤。这里是谈心歌唱，
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经历就能点亮多难的愿望。
让我们像一家人一样，来分享感动，化解迷惘，用最温柔的目光看彼此成长。敞开臂膀，打开门窗，让爱照在心上。巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉嘣嘣巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴拉巴。让我们像一家人一样，来分享感动，化解迷惘，用最温柔的目光看彼此成长。敞开臂膀，打开门窗，让爱照在心上。
多少汗水砌成一道墙，
多少苦心聚成一个家，这里是温暖明亮，
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经历就能点亮多难的愿望。
第一版全球焦点，康瑞台风消散，谁还在？灾后重建工作一直未停歇，慈济携手乡亲，展现互助力量，协助乡亲清理家园、修复屋顶，透过以工代赈，帮助独居长者与弱势家庭尽早回归生活常轨。第二版上人开示，全台富有爱心店累计超过4万家，上人行脚新店静思堂，与北区志工温馨座谈时，以爱心店家的标示“大爱”字样免重。人间的价值就是爱，期许弟子以爱出发，广邀人间菩萨，盼人人把握时间付出，将爱一点一点延续下去。第三版慈济要闻，巴西南大河州遭遇大水患，受灾民众超过58万人。巴西与巴拉圭志工跨越千里抵达灾区发放驰援。美国加州野火肆虐，志工进驻当地救难中心发放现值卡，帮助灾民重建家园。致力助弱势家庭度寒冬，童子军小小志工投入送暖。第四版慈善置业要闻，行动厨房源于921地震时，正言上人看见灾区临时热食供应站，人来人往，极易发生意外，便希望研发行动餐车。行动厨房问世后，在灾难现场总能见到这部餐车，为受灾者与救难者提供热食，及时为需要的人们送上温暖。第五版理人为美，慈济静思堂是富含社会关怀与教育多功能的场所。在慈济细指静思堂，慈济与新北市政府合办替代役被役役男救援量能演训。慈济志工张永清善用慈济月刊及慈济周报，邀约爱心商店聚善念传福音。第六版大医行愿，4岁大的小男童阿比罹患先天性疾病，让他的下颚提前停止生长。阿比的父母苦于寻找不到医生为孩子治疗。慈济志工陪伴这一家3口4年，帮助他们寻找医疗资源。在今年10月12日，阿比终于可以在印尼慈济医院进行治疗。第7版春风化雨，11月10日，台南仁德区慈济青少年成长班的学员与家长前往慈济台南环保辅具平台会所，体验辅具的清消作业。慈少班的学员与家长们看见2手辅具被处理消毒再送出之后，深刻感受到每一件辅具都代表着1分希望与爱心。第8版人文馨香，慈济福慧珍珠自成功研发以来，已送出1000万罐。在每年岁末、祝福感恩会、浴佛节、冬令发放等场合，总能见到这罐充满祝福的珍珠陪伴在场人士。尤其在灾难救援中，这即开即食的粥品能为受灾者与救援人员快速补充体力。
更多慈济资讯，欢迎扫描 QR Code 或订阅电子周报。
敬爱的贵宾们，我们今天的活动即将开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting is about to begin. Please take your seat and please also help switch off your mobile phone. Thank you.
敬爱的静思精舍法师和
Dear Dharma Masters of Jing Abode, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I'm so honored to represent Tzu Chi Foundation to attend our Tzu Chi Forum 2024. Thank you very much for traveling long distances to be with us. This year, our theme is the economy of goodness, sustainability, wealth equality, and common goodness. Although free economy has helped the development of our economy, but the gap between the rich and poor has widened. According to an American scholar, the top 3 richest people in the United States have accumulated wealth that's equivalent to the total wealth of the bottom 49%. We also need to pay attention to environmental damage as a result of the economic development. In the next 2 days, we will be looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have invited experts and scholars to generate discussions on how we can create a society of common goodness and equality in economic development. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to declare open the Ninth Tzu Chi Forum. Now, we would like to introduce our distinguished guests. First of all, CEO Jianguo of Tzu Chi Foundation. Please wave to the audience. We would also like to invite two Dharma masters from Hualien, Dharma Master De Kan, Dharma Master De Huang. Hualien is the birthplace of Tzu Chi Forum. Deputy CEO He Risheng of Tzu Chi Foundation. He is also the convener of the Tzu Chi Academic Committee. As a matter of fact, every time when we organize Tzu Chi Forum, we have been assisted by many experts. For example, Chairman Jianguo of the Tzu Charity Foundation, Professor Jiang Mingxiu from National Zhengzhi University. We also would like to thank Chairperson Jianguo of Taiwan Institute for Sustainable Energy and Mr. Luo Boxun from Vision Project. These are all our distinguished advisors. In addition, we would like to welcome Dean Hu Xinyang of the School of Management of National Taiwan University and Deputy Dean Chen Jialing of School of Management of National Taiwan University and Deputy Dean Jian Ruizhe, also of National Taiwan University. Professor Luo Guangyuan, School of Social Sciences, National Zhengzhi University. Again, we'd like to thank all the representatives of our co-organizers and our Deputy Superintendent of Tzu Chi University, Dai Shenxian. Our keynote speakers include Mr. Lawrence Chong. He is CEO of the Counselors Group. In addition, we have invited Professor Jeffrey Williams. He is Associate of Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies at Harvard University. In addition, we also would like to invite Professor Shen Shiqi and his wife, Shen Cao Haihua. In addition, also would like to invite Ms. Caxon Lim. She is from Singapore. In addition, Ms. Mai Anderson from BNP Paribas. In addition, we have invited a team of entrepreneurs from Hong Kong. Again, we would like to invite them to wave to the audience. Thank you very much for joining us. And finally, we would like to welcome all of you who have joined us virtually online. Thank you very much for coming. Now, we would like to invite Dharma Mr. De Kan from Jisi Abode. He will be representing Dharma Master Zheng Yan to deliver the opening remarks.
Master, our distinguished guest, and our Bodhisattva, our volunteers. As we enter the midwinter, all things are hibernating, indicating the arrival of the vibrant spring soon. On the occasion of transition between the old and the new, I and the Tzu Chi volunteers around the world joyfully welcome you to the Ninth Tzu Chi Forum, and we would like to extend our highest respect to the scholars and experts who will be sharing their knowledge with us. I believe that through this platform, we can promote dialogue between different countries, religions, and fields, building mutual consensus and create opportunities for the common good of society and helping the world moving to a better life. Taiwan has the treasure of kindness, of love. When we look back on the past year, Taiwan has experienced natural disasters such as earthquake early this year, Typhoon Kami, and also the other typhoons. And also, we would like to say that we were safe and we would cherish our blessings and be grateful. But look at the international communities. We have seen the disasters like earthquake on the Noto Peninsula in Japan, forest fires in Chile, and United States. We have seen hurricanes, Myanmar, and Malaysia. This has brought sufferings to people around the world. And we know that everything in the world is impermanent, and there is a lot of suffering in the world. When the Buddha began his first sermon with the words, suffering, collection, extinction, and the way, suffering is caused by people's ignorance and afflictions. And now we have seen the world with the turbid air. That's because people are addicted to desires and pleasures and thinking about becoming richer and trying to make their careers higher. When you have really made your business big, are you satisfied? People often say that there is one, but you think you miss 9. But what if we have 10 and we give 1 to others? That's wonderful. And in March 2020, we knew the COVID-19 pandemic escalated, and within a very short term, we heard many people and also people confirmed with COVID-19 increase in number. And we know that in Indonesia, the CEO of Tzu Chi Indonesia purchased prevention supplies and provide the materials needed by the local medical and public institutions. And also the vice CEO, Mr. Guo, who was in Singapore at that time. However, he took the opportunity, took the responsibility to arrange for the manpower and the materials in Indonesia to be able to be distributed for people in need. And also our deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Indonesia, Mr. Huang, he had extensive connections and also mobilized a lot of the resources. He donated materials amounted to nearly 100 million Chinese dollars. In addition to donating in himself, he also called on other entrepreneurs to give $1 billion. In addition to the great power of giving, we have witnessed Indonesian Tzu Chi volunteers work together to prevent the pandemic from spreading. And also, not just our volunteers in Indonesia, but around the world, Tzu Chi volunteers provided prevention supplies and care in 98 countries and regions. In Indonesia, Tzu Chi's development can be traced back to 1998. the Indo-Chinese conflict. At that time, there was a social unrest. We have seen entrepreneurs, Mr. Huang, the father and the son, agreed with Tzu Chi's philosophy and were willing to sacrifice for the poor, use love to eliminate disasters and heal scars. And in the year 2002, after the Jakarta floods, they remediated the river and built the Da'ai village, giving those in need to have a place to live and help many impoverished families to turn their life around. I often tell these entrepreneurs that while they are making money for the world, they should also do things for the world and become rich through kindness. Over the past 20 years, Indonesian society has become prosperous and stable because Indonesian entrepreneurs care about the society and have been thinking about the well-being of the general public. During that period of time, the entrepreneurs who were invited by Mr. Huang to join Tzu Chi at that time were all dedicated to Tzu Chi right now. And Mr. Huang said that Indonesian entrepreneurs also found a direction to contribute to their society because of Tzu Chi, and he was very grateful. Along the way, what Tzu Chi has done is to teach the rich and help the poor. More than 50 years ago, Tzu Chi's mission of charity started in the midst of difficulties. It is a rally point for the kindness of the people. So we take it from the society and we will contribute for society. So we, at the same time, use this love to do things and cultivate the seeds of love and kindness in people's mind to gather a greater force of love and to cultivate the society. This is what we call the economy of goodness. So during the early days of Tzu Chi, housewives were taught to save 50 cents in a bamboo coin bank every morning before going out to buy food. This practice will not influence their lives, but also remind them every day to save people and do good deeds. Regardless of our wealth, everyone's hearts are enriched. This method has been continued to this day and has been brought to all parts of the world by overseas Tzu Chi volunteers. While helping people in need, we also encourage to learn the spirit of saving for a good cause, just like saving money in the bamboo tube, inspiring people to do good and accumulate spiritual wealth. Right now, when we look at the environment, we have seen a lot of disasters, and we know that the climate change has been caused by the release of a greenhouse and by the animal husbandry. You know, for a chicken or a duck to grow, they need to be fed with a lot of feeds, and how much water is used, how much land and air is polluted. We need to analyze these with care. So if we can become vegetarian or maybe just eating one vegetarian meal a day, we can imagine that this is the compassionate economies, the economy of goodness. We can save a lot of the resources. So a family that practice kindness will have abundance of blessings, as the saying goes. If a family can practice kindness, it will naturally be peaceful. An entire community and the entire society will be harmonious. So we need to do good and to create a peaceful and blessed space for us. So we have to work together for the common good and also be companions in good deeds. Lastly, I would like to once again extend my best wishes to all of you here. Thank you very much. My best wishes to you with peace and love. Thank you.
感恩
Thank you very much, Dharma Master Dekan. Thank you for reading the opening remarks by Dharma Master Zheng Yan. Now I would like to invite the CEO of Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, Mr. Jianguo Wen, to deliver his opening remarks. Dear Dharma Master Changzhu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been very busy recently. Yesterday, we finally concluded our board meetings. We actually spent 6 hours at our meetings yesterday. And last night, I took the train to come from Hualien to Xindian. It's an overnight train. I arrived at 10 p.m. Last night, I actually spent that night on the 5th floor of this building. And at 5, well, it was almost midnight, but I could see our staff members were still working all around the clock. My hat is off to them. They have been working so hard. I also would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our advisors, including our former Education Minister Jianguo. He is also a board member of our Education Committee, and Professor Jiang Mingxiu. I'm full of gratitude to all of them because every year when we try to organize our Tzu Chi Forum, they provide a lot of great insight. And I also would like to thank National Taiwan University, National Zhengzhi University. In addition, we also have invited guests from Hong Kong, Singapore, scholars and experts from overseas, and also Mr. Vincent Shen. Thank you so much. I actually have a prepared script, but I decided against reading from the script. About 30 minutes ago, I actually sent a small file to the organizing committee. You might be wondering how come we have spent 6 hours in our board meetings. So what I would like to do now is to tell you what we have been doing in our board meetings and how is that related to our forum. Well, actually, we can find a lot of similarities between our board meetings and our forum today. I have been paying close attention to World Economic Forum because every year they published global risk report. For example, in 2022, their theme is Unsettled World. And in 2021, Fragmented Future was the theme of that year's World Economic Forum. And in recent years, I realized that World Economic Forum has been right on point when they try to evaluate global risks. And for 2023, the world apart, and 2023, today's crisis, tomorrow's catastrophes. In other words, we need to address all the challenges that we are faced with. If we do not try and solve all the crises that we are faced with, then this will lead to catastrophes in the future. For 2024, deteriorating outlook is the theme. In other words, things are not getting any better. So as you can see from all the themes chosen by World Economic Forums, that can actually give us a very good sense of what's happening in this world. And we have discussed these important issues at our board meetings. And as a matter of fact, in recent years, the number of natural disasters is on the rise But there are even more man-made disasters. For example, earthquakes happened in Turkey, in Japan, in Syria, in Hualien this year. And also, we have the war between Ukraine and Russia, the war in Gaza. Not to mention climate change. We are witnessing rising temperature, extreme weather events. In recent years, the number of hurricanes, typhoons, floods are also increasing, and there have been a lot of wildfires as well. So, on top of everything else, we also have to deal with the issue of energy crisis and inflation. We are happy to see the advent of AI, but as a result of Gen AI, we have been consuming more power, so that's a double-edged sword. We are faced with three changes. In addition to climate change, we know that global warming, greenhouse effects, extreme weather events. So, climate change has led to conflict change. As a result of the rise in protectionism and globalism, we are seeing a lot of trade wars, which eventually might lead to armed conflicts. Another change is civilization change. In other words, we are seeing the human civilization is not actually moving forward, although we are getting richer, but the gap between the rich and the poor is widening. Generational gap and digital divide have led to inequalities, and so there are many social problems. We know that over the past 5 decades, this is a chart provided by United Nations. As you can see, the number of conflicts is on the right, and the black line refers to the number of casualties as a result of these wars and armed conflicts. As you can see, as a result of our collective efforts, because we have been trying to boost our resilience, we want to get more prepared for disasters. We want to do a better job of disaster relief. So the casualty from natural disaster is decreasing. However, the number of casualties caused by man-made disasters has overtaken natural disasters. Therefore, although we have been focusing on climate change, but what about man-made conflicts? We know that as a result of these conflicts, a huge number of people have been displaced. That number is also on the rise year in and year out. Many people are forced out of their homes as a result of wars and conflicts. As you can see at the top half of the chart, we know that close to 5.8 million people not only have been displaced, they are not being protected by any government at all. And in terms of Taiwan, back in 1991, the top 20% and the bottom 20%, their wealth gap is 16.8 times. But last year, 32 years on, the gap is now as big as 69 times. So within a short span of 32 years, the wealth gap has increased by more than 4-fold. This is a really serious problem. If everybody is poor, then nobody will commit suicide. If everybody is rich, everyone will be happy. However, with a widening gap between the rich and poor, there will be a lot of social problems, including increasing suicide rate. So the real issue is not how rich or how poor the country is. Rather, the real issue is wealth gap between the rich and the poor. Therefore, we believe we need to pursue 3 transformations. First of all, ESG, sustainability transformation, energy, technology, net zero emission. We all need to strive toward those goals. And second is digital transformation, wisdom transformation, including AI. we need to apply technology in such a way where it will benefit our society. This is what we call compassionate technology. We hope that we can engage in providing more hope to the future generation. And number 3, humanistic transformation. This is something that has been advocated by Dharma Master Xindian, because the economic goodness is a concept advocated by Dharma Master Xindian. We want to focus on humanitarianism. We want to engage with global partners so that we can do a better job of caring for all people. And we need to keep those things in mind. So previously, we focused on circular economy. Our volunteers engage in recycling efforts, and the proceeds from recycling waste materials have been invested in creating platforms such as Da'ai TV station. And we have also come up with eco products. And for example, we are able to produce blanket, folded bed, and those supplies have been used in international disaster relief efforts. And we work with more than 32 countries in providing disaster relief. So this is what we call by the economy of goodness. And we haven't seen any organization that have been able to do all 3, and Tzu Chi is the only exception. In May of this year, we participated in Innovation Forum organized by Berkeley University. They collaborated with NASA, and we actually published our paper in that meeting. So, as mentioned already, we have covered 136 countries with our humanitarian efforts. And so this is a chart I show at our board meeting highlighting what we have been doing within the past year. We have helped 1.78 million families around the world, especially people who have been affected by disasters. So we are guided by our humanistic spirit. As a matter of fact, we believe in integrity, we believe in honesty and loyalty, and in terms of Buddhist beliefs, we hope that we can practice what was taught to us by the Buddha. We want to help others, we want to benefit others. And so we have a charity mission. We don't call ourselves a foundation. Rather, we call ourselves a charity mission. We are altruistic. We want to help as many people as possible. And we need to progress with time, because the younger generation, they have a very different lived-in experience. Therefore, we need to pay close attention to generational justice. As a matter of fact, there's a slide created by the Secretary General of the United Nations. We shouldn't be using the framework created by our grandparents in order to provide services to our future generation. So I believe we all need to keep that in mind. And we need to engage in more collaboration to promote the economy of goodness. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yan Bo-wen. You have reminded us of all the challenges that we are faced with. In addition to the efforts led by Yan Bo-wen, we also would like to thank Shi Songling, he and Zhou Yulian. They are the leaders of Tzu Chi Hong Kong, and they have been collaborating with Tzu Chi Taiwan as well. And now, it is with great honor that we would like to invite Professor Hu Xinyang, Dean of School of Management of National Taiwan University, to deliver his opening remarks.
是，亲爱的商人，
Master CEO Yan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure that the College of Management, National Taiwan University, can co-hold this Ninth Tzu Chi Forum. And today, our topic is sustainability, wealth, equality, and the common goodness. During the past few years, our college also would like to contribute to sustainability, wealth, equality, and common goodness. In school, and we educate, and you know that we have students from various backgrounds. We have undergraduate students who haven't have any work experiences, who haven't have a lot of understanding about the society, but at the same time, we have working students who have abundance of work experiences. So what we have done is that we would like to combine the forces of both of them. We hope that we can promote sustainability. For example, in terms of sustainability, this is also a very key direction for the government and also for the business world. So in our curriculum, we provide sustainability-related programs. On the other hand, we cooperate with the business world, the private sector. We hope that we can do more for the education of the students in university. And we have a cross-disciplinary faculties of professors. Actually, we have many experience of cooperation with the business world in terms of sustainability and common goodness. Our students, particularly those working students, they have a very good financial status. And on campus, they work with us to do more in terms of providing resources to people in need in our society. And for undergraduate students, we have a lot of organizations or clubs. For example, our IT department students, they provide service in the remote areas. They cooperated with the schools to provide IT education to the students in the remote areas. By doing so, we hope to narrow the gap between the city and the rural areas. Traditionally, the education of business and management focus on profit making for businesses, but ultimately, making profits is to fulfill our meaning of life, to have a more fulfilling life. And we are happy that this year we can participate in the Tzu Chi Forum. We hope we have more opportunities to work with you in the future. And this is the end of the year. My best wishes to you, best health and prosperity in the coming year. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dean Hu, for your best wishes. And now we would like to invite Deputy Dean from College of Social Sciences, Zhengzhi University, Mr. Luo Guangda, to give us the opening remarks. Now let's welcome Deputy Dean Luo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the Deputy Dean of College of Social Sciences, Zhengzhi University. On behalf of Zhengzhi University and our College of Social Sciences to attend this opening ceremony, it's my pleasure and my honor to attend this opening ceremony. And the theme of this forum is sustainability, wealth, equality, and the common goodness. We have gathered a lot of experts and scholars here to have a discussion on how to face the challenges that we commonly face. I would like to extend my best admiration and respect to Tzu Chi Foundation for your long-term efforts to pursue sustainability and wealth, equality, and common goodness, providing us this chance for exchanges of views. And this year's theme, the economy of goodness, this is a very good concept for us. Economy is not just efficiency, it's not just about numbers. It actually says it's a selection of value. And we believe that development of economy should focus on people and thinking about global sustainability and people's wealth. So sustainability, wealth, equality, and common goodness are the three pillars. So we can discuss this from different perspectives in order to strike a balance among the three. And also sustainability, that means our respect and responsibility toward the global resources. Wealth equality means to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. Common goodness is holding hands to create a co-prosperity. As a co-organizer of this forum, our colleague has been promoting and supporting these ideas. We believe the role of the universities in society is not just to spread the knowledge, it's also to usher in innovation. So our colleagues expect ourselves to increase the participation in the society and contribute to the society for solving these complex challenges. My dear friends, we have confidence and we need to be held accountable for and be responsible to the challenges in the societies. And we hope that we will realize the goals of sustainability, wealth, equality, and common goodness for the economies of goodness. Once again, I would like to thank Tzu Chi Foundation and also participants here. Your passion, your cooperation will be the root of good economy and goodness. Let's work together to realize our goals. And my best wishes to a successful forum and my best wishes to our participants for your good health and prosperity. Thank you very much.
感恩罗光达副院长。
Thank you, Deputy Dean Luo, for your good words. And now we would like to invite Senior Vice President from Tzu Chi University, Professor Chang Xiandai. Dear Master, Master Changzhu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our family members of Tzu Chi, good morning. I'm Vice President of Tzu Chi University, Dai Changxian. On behalf of our university, it's my pleasure to attend this forum. We all know that our respected master values harmonious society and save those in need and in sufferings. Tzu Chi University is a place to cultivate Tzu Chi family members. So this forum is very meaningful to Tzu Chi University. People talked about sustainability a lot. Strictly speaking, sustainability, it's a utopia. If we would like to realize the sustainability, wealth, equality, and the common goodness, it's in a harmonious world. These are goals for we to realize, but they are very difficult. Why we put them as our theme of today's forum? Just as CEO Yan said that the world actually is more and more chaotic nowadays. And the natural disasters, human-made disasters actually are from people's greed, and how we can promote the positive thoughts, good thoughts, and also to find back the goodness in people's mind. That would be very important. We have to do that. We need to redirect our direct. Otherwise, the civilization of human beings will go to a disastrous direction. So this is a very important topic for us. So This is our goal, and we have our visionary experts here, and we care to the society from theories to practice, devoting your efforts to solve the challenges of human beings. I would like to show my respect to you, just like our CEO said that the technology advances run very quickly. For example, smart agriculture, actually that has increased the production of crops, but actually there also have the phenomenon of unfair distribution of resources of the society, and many resources of the agriculture has been gathered in the big four companies, and also like companies like Monsanto's exploitation of the small farmers, and also our utilization of energies. The energies, when we talked about different kinds of energies, we talked about different kinds of energies, for example, the nuclear energies, and also those negative impacts to Earth. That's still a big issue for us to consider. And also the fossil energies that will cause air pollution. If in order to avoid the air pollution and we use more nuclear energy, but the disasters possible make people worried about the consequences. We see the efforts of the scientists. Now we have the fourth generation nuclear plant that solves the problems caused by the second generation nuclear plant. And it also we can use those
去防灾研究所啊。
And also with the renewable energies, we can altogether solve the issues of the energies. And here we have some experts sitting here. We have a professors specialized in energy and disaster prevention. You know, in terms of disaster prevention, we need more people participating in this regard. We have seen the natural disaster we saw the so-called complex disaster. For example, we have earthquake and the typhoon coming together. So it doesn't mean 1 + 1 = 2. Actually, it's a non-linear phenomenon. It can cause even bigger impact. And also, when we talked about after disaster rehab to those victims influenced by the disasters, physically or psychologically, experts' efforts are needed to deal with this post-disaster rehabilitation. So we gathered experts with experiences in disaster release, and also our compassionate volunteers. This is a precious forum. And we know that science and the humanities need to work together and move forward together in order to create a higher well health for humanities. And also, we have talked about AI a lot, and we believe that the utility AI can be beneficial for people, but still we need to at the same time talk about the goodness of humans. So we are sure that at this forum we will gather and the efforts and also catch more attentions from people and create the economy of goodness and sustainability, wealth, equality, and common goodness. And lastly, my good wishes to you for your good health and future prosperities. Thank you.
感恩副
Thank you very much. So we'd like to thank all the guests of honor who have spoken at our opening ceremony. Now it's time for the group photo. Our Tzu Chi Forum is an annual event where we will engage in in-depth discussions. But we would like to thank all our staff members. All of them are volunteers. In addition to those who are on site today, we actually have a team of 304 volunteers who have been working hard to put this forum together. Now we'd like to invite all of you to move forward so that we can have a group photo. Probably you can take off your facial masks for our photo. Please look ahead to our camera and show us your charming smiles. Again, please smile for the photo. Well, actually, we still have more volunteers who will be joining us, so please bear with us. Once you are seated, please do not forget to smile for the photo. So I don't know whether our cameraman is ready. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And now, we'd like to proceed with our first keynote speech. And our speaker is Group CEO of Counselors. He is also moderator and president of the Economy of Communion Asia Pacific, Mr. Lawrence Chong. Let us welcome Mr. Lawrence Chong to the podium. Esteemed Dharma Master Zheng Yan, my esteemed Tzu Chi colleagues and friends, I look upon you as my family members and all the dear friends in Taiwan. Good morning. Today, it is with great honor that I attend this forum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you my ideas about the economy of communion, the economy of goodness, how we can all work together so that we can achieve our common goal. As mentioned by CEO Yan in his remarks, we are faced with a lot of challenges. Therefore, it is indispensable that we need to support one another. We need to work tirelessly so that we can successfully meet up with the challenge. Otherwise, there will be more catastrophes to come. When I was younger, I wanted to become a Catholic priest because I believe by becoming a Catholic priest, I could help more people. However, in the very beginning, some friends were telling me, "Hey, Lawrence, well, why don't you join us so that we can do business together? Because we believe you are quite talented." Well, I agreed. Little did I know, we very quickly became very successful. Therefore, I didn't become a Catholic priest. And 15 years on, I met a president of a Catholic university. He is a father, and I told him originally I wanted to become a Catholic priest, but I didn't actually realize that dream. But he told me, it's okay, you don't need to be a priest in order to become a Catholic father. Although you are a businessman, you could still become a Catholic father by helping people. Recently at Oxford University, we actually organized an activity where we engage in discussion of the economy of goodness. I think this is not just a theory. This is not just an aspiration. What's more important is how we can find it within ourselves so that we can be connected as a group. As mentioned by CEO Yan, he told us the impact Tzu Chi Foundation has had all around the globe. We know that there are three major characteristics of an economy. And first of all, we need to trust an economy. If we don't trust an economy, then there's no economic development to speak of. If the government tells you this is $1, if you don't believe this is $1, then again, there's no economic development to speak of. Secondly, an economy needs to be motivating and inspiring. I want to ship a product to a certain destination in 3 days. Again, you need to keep your promise, otherwise there's no economic development. Number three, an economy needs to be capable of enhancing economic development so that even poor people can benefit. As a matter of fact, we believe Tzu Chi Foundation is an international organization. Actually, Tzu Chi Foundation is an economy in and of itself. Because you have the trust of people, and you can motivate people, you can help people. Speaking of Catholicism, 2,000 years ago, when the Roman Empire failed, it was thanks to fathers, nuns of the Catholic Church who actually were able to help develop the economy. So that's the advent of capitalism. That's a fact. And the same thing goes with Tzu Chi. You are so good. You yourself are an economy. I have been working with more than 100 entrepreneurs, professors, people with PhD degree. We are advocating a concept which is economy of communion. Communion is a concept rooted in Catholicism. Love should be prioritized. Obviously, Tzu Chi talks about the economy of goodness, and I can see a lot of similarities between the two concepts. We believe our approach needs to be based in love. Otherwise, there couldn't be no economy of goodness. Adam Smith is also a Christian. And Adam Smith actually believed if we want to create an economy of goodness, we need to begin with everyone helping out one another. But Adam Smith couldn't have foreseen technology would have advanced to such an extent. Right now, the rich people can monopolize everything. As a result, the poor people do not have anything. So the problem is not there is a lack of resources. Rather, the real problem is that we haven't been able to distribute social resources equally to everyone. Therefore, if we want to achieve our goal, we need to be honest with ourselves. Because we are one family, right? We shouldn't be just seeing praise of one another. We need to reflect on our frustrations, on our failures, so that the economy of goodness will really take off like a rocket. We hope that we can have a head start. And the company I represent is all about helping governments, businesses, and cities transform themselves. We have more than 20 years of experience. We are an international consulting company. We engage in interdisciplinary services. If you take a look at this image, I think this poster is actually quite meaningful. Why? As you can see, the biggest economy in the world is Western economy and Eastern economy combined. However, as mentioned by CEO Yan, right now we have to deal with the issue of civilization conflict. Is it possible for Western economies to follow the lead taken by the Eastern economies? Well, that's a real problem. I don't think it's likely for that to happen. If Western economies cannot accept the fact that Asian people can be leaders in technology, in economic development, then there will be a lot of problems. Right now, Western countries, they cannot accept the fact that Asian people can be leaders in all this field. If you do not trust one another, there could be no trade, because trade needs to be based on trust, mutual trust. I'm from Singapore. Singapore is a very small country. Well, actually, Singapore is even smaller than the city of Taipei. Back in the days when Li Guangyao founded Singapore, there's only one mission for our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that is we wanted to become friends to everyone. Therefore, whether you are from the West, the East, or Africa, everyone is regarded as our friend. If you want to promote international trade, if you want to develop yourself as an agency for international trade, then you need to become friends with everyone. However, right now, as far as global economy is concerned, the real problem is the fact that the two biggest economies, they don't want to be friends with one another. And as a result, everyone will be negatively impacted. Obviously, the incoming U.S. President, Donald Trump, has already initiated the economic war, even before he assumes power for the second time. If we take a look back at the First and Second World War, why we had those wars to begin with? They all started as economic wars. In other words, they didn't begin because somebody shoot at someone. For example, at the end of the First World War, Germany lost, and it became a very poor country. And so at that time, everybody was poor. And because they were so poor, and they were shunned by other Western countries, that's why they wanted to wage a second war. So the economic goodness is extremely important. If our politicians do not have any love or goodness in their heart, then there could be very dire consequences. We do have money. We do have a lot of food. However, because a lot of people, they do not act on their love, on their goodness. Therefore, there are so many social problems and even wars. Yesterday, I read a small book authored by Dharma Mr. Zheng. And when we talk about economy of communion, as I mentioned, I wanted to share this concept with our family members in Tzu Chi. There are 5 points I want to get across to you. We call these 5 truths. Hopefully, we can use these 5 truths to help you understand what we are talking about, because this is a very good framework containing these 5 truths. First of all, over the past 2 to 3 decades, we have been advocating for the economy of communion, but it's been very challenging because many people who are involved in charity work, they have been helping out poor people a lot. They believe they have done enough. And because they believe they have done enough, so they stopped. This is a very big challenge, because the problem that we are faced with is that we want to change and reshape the economy. Not only we want to help the poor people, further, we need to be grander in our scope. We want to change the nature of economy. In 2017, Pope Francis shared this quote with us. He said that the economy of communion, if they want to be faithful to its charism, must not only care for victims, but build a system where there are ever fewer victims, where possibly there may no longer be any victim. If there are still poor people in any economy, if there are still disadvantaged or marginalized people in your system, then that's not an economy of communion. Therefore, to be a philanthropist is not enough, because Good Samaritan is a very important story in the Bible, because the story talks of people who are not related in any way, but they are able to care for people they do not know, and they actually pay the hotel to help out people who are a complete stranger. So this is a Good Samaritan. But according to Pope Francis, to become a Good Samaritan is not enough. Back in 2017, when we heard this quote, or rather this speech delivered by Pope Francis, we began to reflect upon ourselves. If we really want to change the nature of the economy, first of all, we need to really ask whether what we've been doing has changed the economy in a fundamental way. Probably not, because we still act out of self-interest. Do we actually help people? Do you actually change the nature of the economy? I think that's a very big question posed by Pope Francis. That's why beginning in 2017, we started to collaborate with more people. To do this, to achieve this goal, means that we cannot act alone. We know that since the Second World War, we can see there's a new movement. These young women, they were very beautiful. They could actually become actresses, but they decided to leave their home to care for other people.
没有家的人
They would like to help those homeless in Italy. From these experiences, they left their home to help others. So this is the beginning of the campaign since World War II. So from this experience, from the expression of war, in a war, actually, we think about why people are so selfish, so greedy, that they start a war, and also that's hate. However, these young women, they were full of love. So Pope sometimes joked with us. They would say that in churches, why are you so happy? What makes you laugh? The founder, Lu Jiao, said that because we believe that God is full of love, that's why we laugh, that's why we are happy. And from our experiences, why it is so difficult, why it's not easy at all to create a united world here, because again, no trust. And also, we don't have enough leaders under the institutions, including companies, governments, and other institutions. We don't have this thinkings of contributions, sharing, communion, co-prosperity. If the leaders are not thinking that way, that will be a selfish institutions. And also, we need to think about how to realize the economy of communion. Let me say it this way. Climate change is a popular subject right now. But if we want to have economy of goodness, not many people are talking about this because it's more challenging. This is not easy to realize it. So if we want to take this path, we have to accept that this will be a lonely road and a solitude road. People told me that Lawrence, from history till now, there are always poor people. Poor people, they are a must. You got things like that. They will say you are too idealistic. It's not reliable. It's not feasible to do this. And then the first starting point is how we can love our neighbors. From this point of view, we will be able to see that we don't just give them money, we need to give them time as well. To be frank, money is not an issue. If you ask money from others, it won't be that hard. But you ask them to give you time, that's harder. For example, in Singapore, then if you ask people to donate, it's not that much difficult. But if you ask them, give me 3 days of your time and let's go to a village to help them, that will be difficult for them. You have to have love, and then you will find time. If you don't have love, you will not have time. And the next point, I would say, just like today's forum, it's very important. We need more forums like this one. We need to cultivate new leaders to change the society. If we don't have good leaders, we can achieve nothing. So we need new thinkings, new leaders. We need to give opportunities for young people to learn. When I was young, I was in Rome, Italy. I was 14 years old. The first time I heard the economy of communion, I was amazed. That was in 1990s in Singapore. We talked about money, money, money every day. We didn't have dreams. We don't have ideas. Making money was enough. But when I heard about the economy of communion, I've never imagined that when we use money in a good way, we actually can change the society. Number 3, we need to have new business models, new economic models, not just from an ethical point of view. You have to do this, you can't do that, that's useless. The business people, they need to have the heart, the mind, in order to experiment new business models, in order to have the confirmation that the ideas are true, are correct. And next, I would like to say that storytelling is very important. If you just tell people, you have to be good people, you know how good it is, what's the benefit, nobody would like to listen to you. You have to be a good narrator. You have to tell stories. And when I was young, I participated in interreligious dialogue. For those opposites, the terrorists, they prepared the bombs to bomb the churches. And they had the good stories. We were across inter-religions. And what they say is, you bomb the church, you will go to heaven. Wow. We were talking about peace. So we have to tell better stories than them. If we didn't have good stories, people would not follow us. So I believe that Tzu Chi have a huge influence. That's because you all have your own stories. You have your own influences. When, you talked about changing others' road, and you tell good stories that people will follow you. And now we talked about climate change. It's kind of like it has become obligatory. So you increase the tax, that I will do the climate change movement. But actually, it's obligation instead of attraction, not because of the people feel that they have to save the planet. It's an obligation put on them. But that's a big issue. That's a big problem. You know, I published the book this year. When I was doing study for this book, I studied that why there is Mother Teresa, why we have these change makers. You know, they all have attractions. They attract a group of people to follow them. So if you want to spread your ideas and you believe that your ideas will change the world, number one, well, can you attract people? Maybe it's 5, 6 people or 12 people. That will be the first recognition of they believe in your ideas. And then they will find more followers. Then the number will increase to 1,000. And then the power of changing the society will begin. So this is what I say, change makers. We are all here sitting. You are all change makers. You are from the Tzu Chi family. Or maybe you are not from Tzu Chi, but you have determination to be a change maker in your own field. Tzu Chi is a change-making movement. It's not just because you are a good Buddhist. It's because you believe the society can be changed and that your cause is attractive. And myself, similarly, as I mentioned, in Singapore in the 1990s, not a very special place at that time, and I joined the Chara Lubitsch, the campaign here. Then when we do charity, we say that culture of giving, and then we would like to create a culture that's giving to others. At that time, it's not a giving society, it's a taking society at that time. The more you took, you were the number one. So the first time I heard that you needed to give, that it was unacceptable because I was a Singaporean. So that was that time. When I was at the center, I was from a poor family. I didn't dress well, and there was someone said that, oh, we have other options. I thought that this person just wanna let me borrow the clothes and that I would wash it at home and return it back to him. And he said, no, you don't need to return it back to me. It's yours. So that's really changing my thinking. That's a gift. You have the power to give, and you make people have a new idea. You know, he saw me that he could provide me a better clothes. This is a very attractive culture, a culture of giving. So we can think about it. To people around us, what influence we can bring to them. Number one, how we can attract them to join the economy of goodness. You know, I asked myself this before. You know, this is difficult, running or promoting economy of communion. So being an entrepreneur was difficult enough. People say, are you crazy or not? Are you making too much money? But the thing is, even if we don't have money, we still want to do it. Secondly, we need to ask ourselves, you know, Master said that we have big power, we have small powers. They are both important. Secondly, we have to think about how we can contribute to the promotion of the vision and the development of the good economy of goodness. Number three, we want to find a group of people to work together. We find our friends. This is very important. And this time, we know what we can do, we know how to improve ourselves. And we need to change. If we don't change, our influence will be not enough. Number 3, we use economy of goodness. We still need to talk about money. Sometimes you talk to people who do charities, we talked about money. It's feeling hurting, but we have to talk about money anyway. If we have to talk about money, and we need to have a system to develop a market. If you don't talk about money, then you shouldn't call it economy. You call it a charity. Otherwise, when we call it economy, we still have to think about taxes, margins, profits, etc. Years ago, we cooperated with Wenzhou Ursuline College University in Kaohsiung. We helped them to make money, to train others. And then people will say, this is a Catholic university. We couldn't talk about money. But the thing is, we have to face the reality. We need to have transformation. We hope we have a higher influence. We hope we have a higher power. We needed to talk about money. Not just the challenge to Wenzhou Ursuline University in Kaohsiung, but particularly for other organizations as well. Talking about money, talking about how to use money to help others. People might feel scared hearing the word money. But when we talked about economy, it's a big item. It's a big project. We need to talk about money inevitably.
他的回教银行帮他转型的时候呢
However, it's different for Muslim. Well, because for Muslim, they have what they call zakat. In other words, they automatically give to people in need. And secondly, they do have a rule. They call it Sharia, and they need to be compliant with Sharia. And also, if you want to claim your business is an halal establishment, then you need to be accredited. So this is actually a very powerful system, because from the perspective of religions, only Muslim, only Islam have this type of system where they can talk about how much it's actually worth. And for Muslim, they believe they are comfortable with using money to make a difference. Therefore, the global Muslim finance is 4.5 trillion US dollars. For example, in Pakistan, despite this being a very poor country, there is a hospital with 400 beds. So they have all kinds of specialization, including, the cardiovascular department, the pulmonary department. But they treat patients without charging any money, because they are funded by their religious organizations. Obviously, we have been helping a lot of companies and cities making transformation, and we have come up with a lot of different projects. And we want to find out how these organizations, how these cities, whether they are in Americas, Southeast Asia, or Africa, how do these cities develop their economy? Well, because they come from different cultural background, they have totally different value systems, and sometimes we believe the prevailing Western culture seems to have drowned out other belief systems. But we need to understand one size does not fit all. Therefore, in terms of the developing economy, you really need to accept the fact that there should be different solutions for developing economies in different parts of the world. It should be different for China as compared with Indonesia or India. You shouldn't just blindly replicate what is being done in United States of America. Obviously, we used to talk about WTO, but nobody is paying attention to what is being discussed at WTO anymore. Therefore, we came up with 7 measures of the economy of communion for the impact. And as a matter of fact, we are already making our assessment in Africa. We believe that the economy of goodness should be marching towards the same goal, and that is we need to have a way for measuring the outcomes of the economy of goodness. Well, in the beginning, many people say that you are just talking about an ideal, but there's no way to quantify what you have been doing. Therefore, we believe it's very important that we come up with some metrics. First of all, you need to know what your motivation is. Why do you want to develop the economy of communion? Second of all, what are your capabilities? In order to develop the economy of communion, for some people, this is all about charity. But I tell them, if you want to be philanthropic, then you just do all the charitable work. But when we talk about economy, we are talking about you need to make sure your employees can put food on their table. And number 3, there is a complete supply chain. I mean this by we need to cooperate with other stakeholders. Number 4, you need to be very innovative. Well, I sell bread, and the other company also sell bread. Does this mean that we can become partners? No, that's not enough. For example, there is an example in Korea. And in Korea, although this is a bakery, but for them, bread is not just a product. Bread represents a culture. They regard poor people as a member of their extended family. Therefore, they were able to reshape the culture of the entire city. And number 5, when we talk about the economy of communion, we shouldn't just think that because we have already helped the poor people, so that's the end of the process. No. It's more important that we need to expand our impact by sharing our stories with other people. Number 6, you need to enlarge the participation by your employees, by your customers, by the members of your local community. And number 7, within a city, within a village, then in order to develop economy of communion, then we need to provide opportunities for the younger generation to participate. That's why in Africa, we have come up with a project where we work with 10,000 farmers. But it's very difficult to do the same thing in Nigeria because all the land in Nigeria is owned by rich people. Therefore, we need to work with the landowners, and we tell them, if you make it possible for these small farmers to till the land you own, then this will create more value for your land. So this is what we mean by coming up with a comprehensive system so that farmers will be provided with opportunities to improve their livelihood. And we talk about the example in Nigeria. You know, the total precipitation in Nigeria is quite limited. Therefore, it's very difficult for farmers to find water to irrigate their land. We need to help them find a better irrigation system. And we've been doing these things for almost 30 years. And we believe we should be very judicious in identifying the most important priorities. It's a bit like Chile, because I came to Taiwan to serve in the military in 1998, and I actually went to a restaurant with my friend, and they asked us how spicy you want your hot pot to be, and their way of measuring the spiciness of the food is a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the most spicy. So what do we mean when we say we should be like chili? You don't need everyone to believe you to join you. For example, Elon Musk is a very good example. Their company doesn't manufacture all rockets. They only focus on one specific type of rocket. And for example, Tesla, they began by developing batteries. They make all their profit from batteries, not by selling electric vehicles. So it's very important for you to be very focused in your effort to identify the most important priorities. And the biggest challenge we have identified is funding, because it's very difficult to locate the source of the investment. Therefore, over the past decade, we try to improve our abilities to find and seek out potential investors. Over the past decade, we see a lot of technology companies are able to raise a lot of fund. And a lot of these so-called unscrupulous technology companies, immoral companies, they are able to raise a lot of fund. That's not fair. I think the biggest challenge is for us to raise as much fund as possible. Social enterprises should be given more access to funding sources. For example, how they spend their money, what the story they tell to their investors. These are all very important considerations. Normally, social enterprises, they have a very good principle because they act out of love, but they don't have a good system to go with their principles. So not only should you have principles, you should also have a good system for raising fund, for spending money wisely. That's how you can expand your impact. But there is still one more thing, and that is the stock exchange all around the world look at your profitability. Let me give you one analogy. We know that there are bigger planes, smaller planes. They have different engine powered. And at an airport, if you are A380, which is a large airplane, as compared with a smaller plane, control tower will give very different instructions to you, given the size of how big your plane is. But when we talk about business, if you want to become a Fortune 500 company, then there's only one metric, and that is profitability. But we don't believe this is right. Therefore, we want to create a smaller stock exchange to provide assistance to small companies. Small companies that can have big impact. Therefore, 2 years from now, we will set up a next generation stock market for this type of social enterprises. And in 2026, our prototype will be $100 million. And this stock exchange is designed for social enterprises. If you are not able to have access to fund, then you will be limited in how much impact you can create. Finally, as I mentioned from the very beginning, we need to become friends with everyone. As I was saying, whether we talk about the economy of goodness or the economy of communion, the journey is actually could feel quite lonely because no journalists would be interested in covering your story. So this is an inconvenient truth that we need to be honest about. We are here for the Ninth Tzu Chi Forum, and we began in 2015. And back in 2015, the Singaporean government never talked about how we can help the poor, because 20 years ago, Singapore is all about making money. So in the very beginning, they thought we were crazy. We were out of their mind. Therefore, we wanted to do this not just in Singapore, but also in other Southeast Asian countries. So we will organize our 20th anniversary summit next year. And our next step would be to work with different religious groups. And when we look at Buddhism, Christianity, Muslim, almost with every religion, they have what they call impact enterprises. And so that's what we want to emulate as well. And we want to set up another alliance. We work with musicians, because a lot of philanthropic activities had something to do with music. So we want to work more closely with musicians. In June next year, we will have our summit in Rome. And we have already invited our professors to join us. And they will invite scholars from different religions, Muslim, Buddhism, and the invited speakers will share with the audience their experience with working with the economy of goodness or the economy of communities. Hopefully, we can continue to engage in cooperation so that we can change the world together. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawrence Chong, for such a very informative keynote speech. This is a very good opening for our forum. Now, we will take a short break, and we have prepared tea and refreshment. Please help yourself to the refreshment prepared by our volunteers. And if you have driven to the forum today, please park your car at the B2 level. And once you hear change in the music, that means it's time to come back to the room at 10:40. Thank you.
他是帮专题演讲，先排好位置。
等一下没有人上台，放到下一个，录好下一个。
多少汗水砌成一道墙，
多少苦心聚成一个家。这里是温暖明亮，
阳光眷恋的地方。
一个人一点微薄力量，一条心圆了遥远梦想。
多经历就能点亮多难的愿望，让我们像一家
们将在2分钟之后开始今天的论坛第2阶段，请尽速回到座位上，感恩。论坛即将再度开始，请尽速入座。欢迎大家回到第9届慈济论坛善经济永续均富共善。接下来是第2场专题演讲。
Welcome back. Now we would like to invite Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Foundation, Mr. He Zhishen, to help introduce the keynote speaker. Esteemed Dharma Master Zheng Yan, CEO Yan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Just now, we listened to our first keynote speech. He talked about Focolare. That organization was in existence for 80 years. They advocate selfless economy, and the economy of communion as a concept has been advocated by Mr. Lawrence Chong, and they have been in operation for 30 years. They are all about being altruistic to benefit one another. And now, I would like to introduce another leader, Mr. Frankie Osman Wijaya. His story is mentioned in my book. I still remember in November 2019, he actually came with 2 friends, and they had a conversation with Dharma Master Zheng Yan. And Dharma Master Zheng Yan specifically mentioned that as a business leader, we shouldn't be thinking in terms of how we can make money from everyone around us, rather how we can help more people. And that's the right pathway to richness and fame. So, Mr. Frankie Osman Wijaya really is leading by example. He has been making a lot of donations. I was saying he leads by example because he actually carried a lot of weight. I'm talking about physical weight because he carries bags of rice to poor villages, and he actually encourages his employees to make monthly donations. And as a matter of fact, more than 3 million employees and their family members have become the volunteers of Tzu Chi Foundation. And they have more than 100 employees who have become certified volunteers. And their company has been helping the poor people in the neighborhood of their company in Indonesia. And last year, I visited Indonesia with 2 professors. And we went to Indonesia trying to know more about his success story. He is not able to join us in person, but he will be delivering his keynote speech through a video. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Frankie Osman Wijaya.
Know that you're a humble man and you come from a humble family, and you're probably not used to talking about all the great things that you do. And in some ways, culturally, that's something that doesn't happen in many Asian environments. But we really want you today to be an example for other business people and other organizational leaders all around the world who need to see your example. So what we want to do is to talk about 6 different stakeholders, starting with suppliers and customers, moving through employees and shareholders, and last, government and the communities that you work with. So if you would just help us understand how you like to work best with suppliers first, that would be really helpful.
Yes. I think what the philosophy that we always apply is my father have a guiding principle, the philosophy basically. So number 1 is to be the man of integrity, because integrity is more important than his life. So that we take it very seriously in the organization. And then he said has to be responsible to your family and the society. Is quite successful. He was quite successful already, but still very spending of money is very cautious. Not stingy, but cautious. But towards society, he really donate, help people, this and that, education. So these are the culture that he has put the foundation, and we continue with. Me as a second generation, we continue the culture, and we expand that to integrity, commitment, positive attitude, continuous improvement, innovation. Yeah, so we need to have all these things to sustain. Coming back to your question, based on that, as I always said, this is like our compass towards the life, towards how we drive the company, so that we will not be, doing the wrong way unnecessarily. So these are the very good guiding principle, which I think most our staff is abiding to this and really doing it, walk the talk, not just saying it.
Right.
Yeah. Coming back to the suppliers issue, so certainly we would like that there's a mutual long-term relationship rather than it's a threat. I buy this, and then there's a lot of trick here and there. So this is the thing that we developed over the years, and a lot of the suppliers are living together with us now. Even our supplier, some of them are doing many other things and very successful too. Yes.
And if you then applied some of those same principles to customers, what are examples of where those principles have helped both you and the customers to have a better partnership?
Well, customer, there's a saying, right? Customer is the king. So what we're saying also, we would like to be the preferred choice of customer. So in order for that, there's a few criteria that we need to fulfill, right? How do our services to them, right? How do the product itself, all that kind of criteria we have to fulfill. Besides, let's say, supply things on time, good quality, all those kind of giving extra miles, all these services. We do extra miles, so the customer is so happy.
And I think we should spend the most time today talking about employees and your relationship with that part of your family.
Yeah.
I've heard you in other situations describe those employees as being a big family. A couple of things I'd love to hear you talk about are just the compensation package and how broad that goes across the employees' lives. But then also, I'd really appreciate it if you would tell us how you've increased the salaries of your employees so that they can make donations and in many ways make themselves even more whole human beings as they're able to give back to society themselves.
Yeah. So there's a Chinese saying, "Eden weapon." So everything is the core, is the people. A lot of people saying Sinarmas is very big. I said yes. The assets is going to be growing if you have a good people. If you don't have good people, good asset become lousy. So this has to be sustainable continuously as our core value has to be, continuous improvement, innovative, commitment to serve the customer, everything, right? So these are the holistic approach. That's why we put a lot of emphasis on the people itself. Certainly, in terms of compensation, all these things, my father was saying that as a shareholder, we lie number 5. Number 1 is we have to pay the tax. You start the factory, you pay tax first. You sleep, you eat, you have to pay interest to the bank. Number 3 is our employee. If you don't raise the salary, they're not happy. Number 4, reinvestment. Number 5 is only when there's a remaining, then there's a dividend. So we actually number 5 in the role. So that's my father was saying that. So for the people, certainly we want them to do a good job, very efficient, all those value, they have to practice it and walk the talk, and then really, we always want to be in the forefront in anything we do, right? So our motto is "Sky is the limit," right? So you just open up your mind, learn as much as you can, and try to walk the thought and try to produce as much as you can, right? So in anything we do, we have to do full-heartedly, not really just put the target there and then not putting your effort in every processes that you do. So what I was trying to always encourage them is focus on really the core issue. The result will come by itself. You don't have to keep on worry about the target and then you don't really put an effort in doing the necessary things. So these are the very important things. Talking about how do we compensate, I think we don't only have the simple salary bonus, but we also give them more like retirement package. So besides the government retirement package, we have so-called additional bonus. We have so-called Olympic club. So so if they do good things, so it's part of that, like stock option, But this is different type of stock option. Indonesia retirement age is 55. So we have this until 62. 62, because I think I'm 65. I'm still very productive. So if 62, I think should be okay, right? So that is what we're doing with a lot of criteria that to encourage. The incentive here is to encourage them to be in the right track. When people, it's not just money issue, right? But you need to give them the right direction. This is the right direction. Certainly compensation is quite important, one of the things, but why is important? Why this? Because if company are doing good, we really want to share, right? We want you to feel part of it. That is what basically the philosophy. And then after knowing Tzu Chi in 1998, the second day I met Master Cheng with my father, I was asked to be the disciple. I asked my father, can I do that? Because that means it's not just kui, right? It's you need to commit certain time, right? And which that will take up some of my time in the company. So my father is very simple. He said, well, no problem. Please do that. But just make sure this is also quite important, right? Because you have few 100,000 people relying on our company. So we have 380,000 people. Direct, indirect is another 500,000. Plus the family, times 3, times 4. So like 2-3 million people, right? So this is another responsibility, right? Which we need to make sure is sustained. And of course, this is another very important task that we should do. When we came back from Hualien, there was May 12th, 1998. There's already some riot here in Jakarta, and then getting worse after a few weeks. Then we come back and we asked Master, what shall we do? And then after a few months, we were told to help police, military, to give them, because support of some daily necessity, rice, all kind of things for the family, because they've been securing the area for day and night, not going back to the home, So we prepare 100,000, so 100,000 package for 100,000 people. For the military, police, everything, and then also the 50,000 for them, 50,000 for the normal family that it needs. That is the starting point that we get to know Tzu Chi more, not only just giving, preparing the money, preparing the goods, but we need to give by ourselves, and then to thank them, giving us the opportunity to do it. So that kind of interaction is really, really warm. Yeah, so it's very, very good. A lot of people also said, Tzu Chi is very rich, right? Master said, no, I'm very rich because everybody pocket is mine. What does that mean, right? Tzu Chi is the catalyst between the rich and the poor. Rich in time, mind, and money, material. How you really help these people, convert them to become independent, and they can also help using the what you call it?
I have one myself. The
bamboo, right? So although how small it is, they still can help. That's how Master Cheng start from 30 what you call it, household, right? Housewife, to start from that. So it's a catalyst. So no matter your citizenship, your religion, which color are you, Chinese, European, yeah, Arab, so all the same. So people are working together just to help each others. Indonesia also have that. Is gotong royong, is helping each others. Very nice in the sense that maybe these days people forget that more. In the older day, so if the family have problem, you are not going to hunger because all the family there, the people is going to help each others. Right? So these are the good value that we have to continue.
If you could talk about that a little bit more. What you've done is you've given your employees a chance to give. And my own experience is that makes people's lives richer. And I just wonder if you've had the experience of seeing employees' lives change for the better as they have become givers.
Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So before that also, coincide with that, Sugianto Sesiong, the one that you may interview tomorrow. He's the vice chair also, right, after Ibu Sukmei. So he went to Taiwan and come back telling us, wow, very good news. Master Cheng has, at that time, 30,000, first batch. 30,000 of rice. Ton, 30,000 ton. Wow, very happy, everybody happy. But we have to distribute it, every bag, personally, one by one. One bag is 20 kilo.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
So it's 1.5 million household. We have to go one by one. And then before that, we have to give coupon, right? That's it, one district, coupon, and then, okay, where you get there, and then the rice has to come, and then they have to be very ceremonial first, to tell them why we are doing this and that, so that they understand what is Tzu Chi, right? And then they come in line to make sure they don't come too many people. We put the timeline so that they don't have to wait too long because it's too hot. All these kind of things, because of this, Tzu Chi don't have people.
No, volunteers.
No volunteers. So
or entrepreneur.
So I give the opportunity, quote unquote, to my employee to do all these things. So I said, okay, now we have to, I appoint the CEO, our head, to organize this. Okay, so logistic, how do we do it? Train up our people, because we call it System 1, System 2. System 1 is Tzu Chi philosophy. System 2 is scientifically how to distribute things, this and that, professionally. Right? So Tzu Chi philosophy with professional. Right? System 1, System 2. So Sukmei, Ibu Sukmei Tzu Chi is in charge of this, to train our people to understand. You have to say thank you, this, that, all the manners, right? So that we're bringing Tzu Chi face out, right? So we need to behave. Cannot smoke, cannot do this, cannot do that, so many rules, So we really train them up, and then when you sit in the lift, so we're saying that a lot of people complain, so tiring, going this and that, in the beginning, a lot of complaint. But eventually, after delivery, after finish, they really appreciate. They said, wow,
that's true.
I really learned something, because you see yourself, without this activity, they don't have a chance to go down. They always feel, in the good environment. Maybe they are unhappy. But now, if you compare where you are compared to those people, you should be grateful and appreciative. That is, I think, the good part of this activity. So I think our people appreciate. That is also the catalyst that can boost up more understanding about Tzu Chi in our company. So that is very, very good.
Yeah, that's good. About how long and how many employees been mobilized to join this activity?
So this one also really grows Tzu Chi, because we don't only distribute in Jakarta, in Bandung, in many other areas. So I think with this activity we grow many more branches.
More branches.
Yeah, like maybe eight branches or more than that. Yeah, during that time, we train the trainer. So we train few people, and then these people fly to those areas to again train the local people. Because if you bring it from here, it's not sustainable. Because these people have to come back. So if you train the people there, they can continue the good things there in future. So that's why we have these branches start opening up because of that. Some people really love it, and then we organize them to become the branches. So this is fantastic. Yeah.
That's great. What I'd like to do next is build a bridge between the employee relations we've been talking about and the shareholders. And I want to go back to a word that you used, the stock option plan. It sounds like you do something, at least for some of your employees, and help them become shareholders. Will you talk about that just for a moment?
Stock option, Indonesia, we have a little bit sometimes bad experience in the sense that the share price can go up, can go down, right? So when the price goes up, everybody happy. When it go down, they said, "Can I have the cash?" so we fail a few times. That's why we create this called Olympic Club, so that it's quite certain. But if they have extra, they can buy into shares, but that is volunteer based, you know. But this is also quite good in the system, so that when they retire, they have quite enough. They can also using the money to help them to buy the house, whatever, right? Certain not non-routine things. Non-routine, they can coming from the salary, bonus, good enough, right? But non-routine, they can come from this additional bonus or the Olympic Club that we mentioned about. So this will stabilize, you know, for them, and if they have access, they can still also buy some shares. We don't have that compulsory have to buy from our shares. But this is the brick and mortar company that we have today. But in the startup environment, that stock option we give to them. Because that is the environment that is, you know, so quite a different system. We're okay as long as you know, things go smoothly. But if it's going up and down, and they don't like it, maybe we give them, you know, a better stable system.
And those employees who engage in the charitable activity, will they change the way they work for you, or they change the way they perceive the company, become more loyal, and the working condition become better due to those charity activity? Do you see the change?
I believe, yes, I believe there's some change, but because you see them every day, you don't see it. You know? But we can see there's a lot of, at least the chemistry, we talk the same language, you know.
Same language.
They at least they understand, right? And whether they will do it 100% or 50%, that one all depends on the individual.
And also, this is a very unique situation, is that we have a 31 community, have volunteers from the employee. How can you make that happen? They join you to deliver the rice because you and OC organize it, and now they can do those charity work locally, and how it be implemented.
So it's like a modular, you know. So we create certain module first, right? So and then once this become good, like a proof of concept, right? Then this model can be the system can be copied, and then we train them also. They come and have a look. They can follow the experienced people how to do it, so we can easily duplicate all those things. So, like our plantation, every 10,000 hectares, there's one factory, one hospital, not hospital, clinic, one school.
Wow.
So we have actually 200, more than, before was more than 200, I think 70, 80 schools, but some of them we're already giving it to the government to manage.
I see.
Under us, I think we still have 230 something
schools
we can influence.
And free clinic.
Yeah, so about 23,000 students. Free school from us. In our every 10,000 hectares we have the school there. Yeah. So that also we now putting Tzu Chi philosophy, Jing through the school.
And also you share with Master at this early year for the Chinese New Year that the President of Indonesia asked you to create this protocol that can apply to different entrepreneurs doing the same thing in order to eliminate the poverty in Indonesia. Can you introduce some of this progress?
Yes. So basically, in any developed country, middle class is very important. Small medium enterprise is is the foundation.
Stabilize.
Yeah. So Indonesia, all the big corporation is growing quite well. They have, technology. Let's say you are in agriculture, you have good agriculture practice like us, right? We can even zoom in per 30 hectares in future, maybe per 3. This is fantastic, right? So, but all these small, medium enterprise, they cannot enjoy the same. They cannot get the good seed. They don't have the research. They don't have the good practices. They don't have the access to funding, because this small, ask them to go to the bank, they don't know what to talk about, how to borrow money. So we help them for that, right? Access to market. So all these things, we call it inclusive closed-loop system, which I introduced that too. So now become national usage, and then with World Economic Forum, this is recognized and then being rolled out to all Asia country. We call it Grow Asia under World Economic Forum. So this is quite fantastic, and then the rollout to nationwide, I think our president also endorsed it, and maybe during this ASEAN summit, which is September, our president may announce this, hopefully this become the ASEAN to
most obvious.
Yeah, we can share this
project.
We can share this inclusive closed loop, we call it. What does that mean? To whatever we have here, all this small medium enterprise can enjoy. We become like partner. We call it Bapa Angkat. The father that
raise the son.
Something like that, right? So that kind of relationship. So this is one, the system itself, and talking about how to help these people. So now sporadically, a lot of companies are doing it already, like what we're doing, but not been shared very systematically. With today's technology, I think is possible to do it, and then the government intervention. So I was sharing with the government and the president as, maybe something that we can do. So allocate, let's say, 2% of all the corporate in Indonesia who are making money. Yeah, so you can be small, you can be medium, you can be big, 2%. And then your operating area about 3 kilometers,
around the company.
You can do different model, how to help them. If you are in Sumatra, you help them in the agriculture side, or making handicraft, whatever, right? How to bring their standard up. Let's say handicraft, how to make sure that they can do better product quality to the export standard, right? And then they can also produce in quantity, and then find the market for them.
To teach them how to fish. Not only give fish.
Yes. Like they make honey. Then we help them to do the packaging, all this thing, right? So branding. So now they can sell locally already with the branding.
Okay.
Now we also would like to help them to export.
Oh.
So these are the things that, step by step, they're getting. So they cut through all the middlemen also, because sometimes the middlemen take most of the profit. So they can increase their earning too, right? So these are through the e-commerce, all these things, right? There's a lot can be done. We want them to enjoy as much. So the 2% that we talk about, then we also talk to the Minister of Finance, endorsed by the government, all that this can be double tax deductible. So if you put $1,000, let's say the tax here is 22%, corporate tax, right? So you can deduct 44%. So it means that the government is participating 44% out of your $1,000. So
this is a systematically enhance altruism. That's what I'm seeking for. Systematically enhance the altruism, encourage, expand of goodness.
Yes, and certainly to avoid abuse, we want them to use auditor to audit what they're doing.
Yes.
So the government can approve without having doubt, So these are the things that.
Okay.
So audit. So all been thought of, very well thought of.
And before we come back to the other shareholders, let's just talk a little bit more about community. You talked about schools, you talked about service. Are there other ways that you treat the communities where your businesses exist as stakeholders, and you pay special attention to them?
So besides what we're doing, we also have this called, before there's a lot of fire, in those areas. And our government was not very happy, including our neighbor, because we are exporting smokes.
I've heard about that.
You heard about that?
I have.
The worst part is 2015.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. The worst El Nino at that time. So now El Nino is coming back, so we're very careful about that. So by that time, I created, they call it the villages which care for the fire. There's a Makmur Peduli Api. The villages which is already, Makmur means already prosper, that care about fire. So that is a name. So become, the short is a DMPA. And this become national campaign again. So I created this name together with our coordinating minister. So the village has to be prosper enough to care about the fire. If they're hungry, then they will burn. They call it local, under the law, they can burn 2 hectares.
Right.
Burn, and then they can do the planting. And then during that time, the head of the villages have the initiative, said, okay, I gather 50 people, so I can burn 100 hectares. So they burn 100 hectares, then the whole forest burned down. So this is very bad. So we said, okay, come on, please take care of your place. Okay, but we need, some help, Then we help them, give them vegetation, this and that. Then they have their own livelihood. Hey, if you don't take care of this, you burn, maybe everything will burn down. So they feel the same, right? In the same boat. So these are we have now, I think, around 500 villages. So not only us, we encourage many other companies doing the same.
Fabulous. That's great. So I know you have some public companies that are part of your broader group.
Yes.
How do you treat those public shareholders that own your shares?
Well, they want maybe few things. One, of course, they invest in you because they trust you. So after they trust you, what do they need? They want value, the company value go up. They want dividend. Besides that, this is tangible.
Yes.
Intangible one, let's say, you comply with SDG, right? SDG is environmental, right? In the SDG, there's also poverty elevation. But whatever we do is part of that SDG actually.
Yes.
Right. So a lot of that. As I said, in the company what we're doing, we try to be in the minimum top 3. Not only just the size, the profitability, the like environmental issue, like we are the customer of choice. Nestle, Unilever, all these big corporation.
Yeah, take care about that.
They look for us to because not many people complying to the standard that they want. So we are one of the choice. One of the choice.
And your shareholders hold you to account around those SDG and
of course,
ESG?
So some are linear, some are really tedious.
Yes.
They really care each of that line.
Yeah.
So we respond to that. And then certainly we may not fulfill everything.
Yeah.
But that is continuous improvement that I mentioned. So just for information, we have this mathematic. Every day, 1% improvement.
I like that.
Right? So after 1 year, it's 37.8 times. After 2 years, 1,400 times.
Wow.
Okay? If you minus 1% per day, it will be 0.03 at the end of the 1 year. So that, baby step improvement.
It's powerful math.
Powerful, very powerful.
Maybe the last question I want to ask you, because you being a second generation and make wealth for your family and for the society, so what is your belief in the business? What you continue doing the business? What drive you to run the business?
This is very, very good question. I always tell many people, so I have two choices. Actually, let me tell you one story. We have this crisis in '98, right? So multi-level crisis. So social crisis, political crisis, financial crisis. So the whole Indonesia almost, no hope, almost no hope.
Yeah.
But luckily we have Tzu Chi, that's why the hope. Really, so, Master was saying that 用爱化解仇恨, using your great love to distinguish this hatred, So these are the very crucial things. Then, because of my father's integrity, so we sustain. In '98, many company collapsed because interest rate went up to 5% per month.
Wow.
60% per year.
That's
but
tough.
if you compound it, it's 80%.
Yeah.
Compounded.
Yeah.
5, 80% per month. The currency devalued 9 times, 900%. From $1, 1,800 become 17,800.
Wow.
Okay? Nobody can survive. Yeah. We become minus billionaire. Minus, not plus minus billionaire. So our attitude just to do our best, and then because we borrow in US dollar, then suddenly devalue, right?
Yeah.
We invest in Indonesia, but our income is in dollar too,
right.
So we can compensate that slowly. But suddenly we cannot pay. Right? You need overtime. So we have to do restructuring all these things. So we have done quite successfully. That's why we have today, right? So after, because I was out for like 3-4 years. Out means I'm not focusing on the operation. I'm focusing on how to restructure all these things, communicating with the stakeholders. So successfully done until 2004. So we have this Bali meeting again, manager conference. So I said we have two ways. One is thank you so much. You guys have, during my busy time, you guys have done good job doing your job, and the company now I've done the part restructuring. Then the company already from minus become already quite okay. We can sell the company, and everybody have enough to retire. You don't have to worry about giving your children to school, this and that. So after that we have nothing much to do, right? So we are in Bali, Kuta Beach.
Yeah.
So go to Kuta Beach, have the sunbathing, and then after 2 years, maybe some of us unluckily get skin cancer. Right? I said this is one way of life.
It's too good. The sunshine too good.
So, and then another choice is, we are in the golden triangle of the Indonesia at that time is 240 million people, maybe 235. We are here in the golden triangle that we can create something. If the government, the people allow us to expand, we expand. Right? Every 10,000 hectares, we have a school, we have everything. All the surrounding become alive. Which one your choice? Number one or number two? So luckily they choose number two because they're afraid to get skin cancer. So if you ask me why we're doing this, we can sell, right? Everything. Put the money in the bank. I can go around the world, seeing him every day, talking about, just talk. I don't have to do but talking philosophy only, not doing the real job. So what Master wants us is 菩萨有系人间, right? Really, we are with them.
Yes.
And then really be able to help them, right? So to help them there's many ways. Through whatever we're doing as a corporate, and then working together with the government, and then of course the Tzu Chi way, what we're doing. So I think this 3 in 1, maybe that is we can achieve that a little bit faster.
Well, it's just a wonderful philosophy.
3 in 1.
It's a good story.
Yeah. I was going to say it's just been wonderful to spend this hour with you also. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very inspirational.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay.
3 in 1.
感恩黄荣年董事长的深刻分享。
Thank you very much. So our speaker talked about how to successfully manage their business based on the principle of integrity and responsibility. Therefore, their company is a living example of integrating philanthropy into their business operation. They lead by example so that their employees can all get involved in helping reshape a comprehensive supply chain. They build a company that's characterized by inclusion, and their company is a catalyst for boosting economic development. When faced with challenges, they came up with innovative projects which actually balance stakeholders' interest and social development. Back in 1998, they had accumulated a lot of experience of dealing with financial crisis. Therefore, they applied those experience in their operation going forward. Thank you very much. Now, we would like to proceed with our next panel discussion. First of all, let's welcome our moderator, Professor Hu Xindian. He is Dean of the College of Management at National Taiwan University. He's an expert on the topics of corporate governance, behavioral finance, and financial management. Let's welcome Professor Hu. He will be introducing our panelists.
Good morning. It's my great pleasure to be the moderator for the first panel discussion. We will provide some examples and cases that National Taiwan University has been conducted during the past years. One way is to provide better education to students. The other one is to help business in their operations. We have arranged 3 presentations. The first one is Mr. Sam Lin, partner and founding member of KBMG Sustainability Consulting. And the second presenter is Professor Brian Jing, Associate Dean for International Affairs, GMBA, Global MBA, Executive Director, and also Professor of International Businesses, National Taiwan University. The third presenter is Chen Jialin, Vice Dean and also EMBA Executive Director, Professor of Business Administration, National Taiwan University. Because of the time limit for each presentation is 20 minutes, and our staff will remind you at 3 minutes, 1 minute, and on time, and when the time ends, to remind the presenter. Without further ado, we would like to invite the first presenter. So before this one, we would like to talk about that. We will talk about one of the course that's the ESG governance. Graham and I came up with this idea with Professor Sam Lin. So actually at the beginning, we have several thoughts about how to conduct this. Number one, we would like to provide some practical training to university students, not just studying in theories, which has been most of the time what they are doing in classes. And it will be good for them to know what they can do in practice. And we hope that with this hand-on practice experiences, they were put into groups and on the course for the program. And in the past, our goal at high school was to get into the university. You studied for yourself without cooperating with your classmates much. However, after you enter the society, you start to work in the workplace. We actually need teamwork, and that the members needed to know how to speak out. Just like our speaker, Lawrence, said, that's very important to be a good storyteller. So on this program, Sam shared his experiences and also share with his precious experiences with students and also the connections in the business world. Now let's welcome Sam to make the first presentation. Dear Master and venerable masters from abode, and also moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from KPMG Sustainability Consulting, and we're going to talk about the programs that the moderator just talked about. Through the College of Management Education, we would like to enable our students to exert their impact and on the common goodness, on the economy of goodness. Here you can see my team, the photo of my team. We have a young team now at KPMG, and we also provide services to Tzu Chi Foundation for many years. And in the accounting office, most of the time we provide services related to capital market to solve issues on capital, but in terms of ESG, it's across interdisciplinary, and also we need people from different backgrounds, different professionalisms to work together. So here, in the past few years, the 4 major accounting firms gradually established the ESG team, and KPMG was the first accounting office in Taiwan to form this team. And on our team, we have alumni from National Taiwan University that accounts for more than 2/3 of the team members from different colleges of NTU. And the alumni, they thought about maybe they could do something for their junior students that's related to ESG. And then we had this opportunity to work with College of Management and National Taiwan University. At the beginning, in addition to have this program, actually, we had another program that is the Seed of Hope training program. So on the screen, you will see that this actually is a program run by the business. And on this program, within about 7 or 8 course classes, and the students had the opportunity to visit companies. Within this short period of time, that students know what ESG was and link the academic to the business world, from the planning of the program and also the themes that we selected, and also the SDG goals, and also supply chain issues, and also how financial industries can do ESG by exerting their influences, and also social corporates and their impacts. All these were covered on the program. And how we conducted this program, now I would like to talk to you. The first one is pre-reading. We provide them some homeworks, assignments of reading. For example, from here on the screen, you will see that we were going to talk about cyclic economy. So 1 week before, we would like students to read about this topic, what is different between the economies we talked about, and also what it really is, not just in theories. And in class, we have some simulating practices. The students could select one industry that they were interested in, and this is what are the significant issues to this industry, and to prioritize these topics. And in terms of this priority, then that will influence their policy making. And when we talked about the SDG goals of the UN, it's also about how to do goodness and how to utilize our resources effectively. And the students would have group discussions. And also about the Seeds of Hope training program. Then we also provide the students assignments. that after the 6 classes and also after the business visits, they will be able to make presentations. Even though this sounds like a very light way to conduct the management education, but actually they have these homework. So number one is to choose one topic related to investment. Why this needs to be related to investments? Because the financial tools recently, while we are conducting ESG, economy of goodness, this is very important. You know, we have cash flow, we have relevant investment effectiveness for more stakeholders to invest more. And the topics, you know, would including the particular industries would be chosen by the students after they were put into groups. And also we will need to find the major topics of ESG. You can compare international scenarios or what they were doing in the industries and what are the major trends and topics. And then, just like a financial analyst, the students have to analyze it through the ESG perspective. And how to screen the companies, and you know, what are your investment positions? So these would also be provided to students through the management education. And then in the output process, there were some cases studies. You know, this is about the food industry. Food is related to everybody's, just like in 2014. In Taiwan, we have a big event about food safety and also some topics of gas explosion. So they would study these cases and come up with a report from risk management, food safety, and other topics they could gather and put this all together, presenting on what they have studied, what they have collected, and make the research and then prioritize these topics. And then the students needed to decide, you know, how they can provide solutions. For example, if they were an investor holding $10 billion, and then what are the criteria and filters for you to make investment decisions? And through analysis like this one, they will select some food companies and then use the academic weighing and then to do analysis and come up with the process, the procedures, and then decided what your investment positioning were. In the process, the students learned that from a very macro viewpoint through their studies of academic procedures, and then to realize and to practice what they have learned. Another topic related to cyclical economy. Some of the students didn't have finance background or economic studying background. However, they still can come up with some good ideas like renting instead of buying, or riding bicycles instead of riding a car, or how to reutilize leftover food, and come in about the targets they would like to study on, and then design on the procedure, whether they were related to energies or air pollutions, and then they were started to quantize these materials. So this is a analysis of the real value. You know, in the past we didn't think from this point of view, you know, to internalize these external costs. You know, for example, like the government starting from next year, we will levy the carbon taxes. So in the past, we didn't have to think about this, but now this is a very important indexes for the companies to consider the carbon tax. So this case is about to think about the green building and also the cycles of the green buildings, including whether how you select the building materials like cement, precast or not precast, and also about this heat pumps, how many use, and also their positive or negative impacts. And also to evaluate all the paths and to design the financial tools, and then by doing all this, the student will be able to get the whole pictures about this and also to get the outcome, to get the results of them. You know, from the beginning when they were talking about ESG, and after quantification of finance, they felt much more about this topic, and that this linked them to the trend of ESG nowadays.
So National Taiwan University is a very important partner of ours. For companies such as KPMG, we believe we need to fulfill our social responsibility, and we need to, for example, help train students. From 2018 until now, this project is still ongoing. Close to 100 students have participated in this program. 17 of them have actually interned for KPMG, and 4 of them eventually became one of our team members. However, as mentioned earlier, we know that since 2015, SDG Sustainable Development Goals were announced. And however, only 16% of SDG targets are on track to be met globally by 2030. We're still a long way away from reaching the goal. Therefore, just by coming up with this type of curriculum alone, we don't think that's enough. We really need to have a better way. Here in Taiwan, we are faced with a number of challenges, for example, climate change, biodiversity loss, renewable energy, workplace, how to build a workplace characterized by DEI. These are all very important issues. Therefore, under the couple leadership of Professor Hu, we actually offered a class on ESG, and we target undergraduate students. The way we approach this class is actually quite different from the traditional methodology. First of all, we invite business experts to help teach classes. For example, as you can see, Yisan Bank, Taiwan Cement, Yongyue, Guande, and Foxconn, Far Eastern New Century. These companies have all sent their experts to serve as teachers for our classes, and they lead discussions among the students and between students and professors, so that students can engage in brainstorming sessions in order to come up with feasible solutions. In addition, the school or the College of Management also provides scholarships. And this is actually a mini competition. These are some of the topics that have been identified as very important issues for the industries. For example, Far Eastern New Century has identified a very important challenge because Far Eastern is a very big conglomerate specialized in textile, but in recent years, not too many young people want to join this company. So if the company can do a better job of ESG, then probably they can attract more talent. And obviously, Yisan Bank is in the financial industry, Guande is in the construction industry, and Taiwan Cement is in the business of cement. So the group representing Far Eastern New Century Company became the #1 team, And for their project, they looked at what are some of the factors students will take into account when they tried to determine which company to work for. So they did a survey, and for example, questions asked would be, do you know about this company? Do you know about this particular position? Some people, when asked this question, they say they know about this company, but they don't know how to relate to what the company has been doing. So based on the findings of the survey, students can then come up with feasible solutions. For example, if you have worked for 3 years, then they would like to know whether the company can provide them with a better career path, and whether or not the company has prioritized ESG. So that way the company can look for the right kind of people to hire to join their team. In terms of the proposed solutions, in addition to analysis of big data, they actually will adopt a longer view. For example, how to provide good recommendations in terms of how they can successfully market their products. And China Trust, TSMC, Taipei 101, and Firestone, as well as Fubon Bank, have also joined this program starting from this year. For example, not TSMC, but KGI, they focus on how they can build up a good investment portfolio. And this year, the champion is Fubon Bank. And this winning team actually was given a challenge how to successfully evaluate ESG report. Well, at first, the student didn't think too much of this topic because they believe this is too market-oriented. However, as a result of in-depth discussions, they were able to take a deeper dive into ESG reports. What do readers of this report want to see? And if there are any things that are ignored by the reports, or if companies have come up with such a report, but the general public didn't know anything about the report, then how should we solve this type of problems? Therefore, the students were able to come up with very innovative ideas. For example, they proposed the utilization of an AI system. They proposed using comics to represent ESG reports, so that they also organize competitions or almost like games. You can join the games in order to win the prize. So these are all examples of ideas only young students can come up with. And as a matter of fact, some companies have been using AI to write ESG report to engage in data analysis. But actually, we haven't seen any utilization of AI system in the assessment of ESG report. So again, this is something that's quite innovative. And that concludes my presentation at this point. Hopefully, my presentation will be of some reference value to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam. Again, we have very limited time, so we will not entertain any questions. If you would like to raise any questions with our speakers, probably you can approach our speakers during lunch break. Our second presenter is Professor Jianguo, He is currently Associate Dean for International Affairs and GMBA Executive Director at National Taiwan University. Please welcome Professor Jian. So can I begin to speak right away? Can you all hear me? Yes, okay, great. Esteemed Lama Master, my dear Tzu Chi volunteers, Professor Hu, Mr. Lin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's almost noon time already. I'm very happy, I'm very delighted to be given this opportunity to make this presentation at this Tzu Chi Forum. At this forum, we will be focusing on sustainability, wealth equality, and common goodness. Between myself and Tzu Chi, I think we actually have a lot in common because I'm also hail from Hualien. We know that Hualien is the birthplace of Tzu Chi. And for me personally, I've been focusing for my research on how we can utilize innovative digital technologies such as digital platforms, AI systems, Industry 4.0 in the business operation, how we can better market our product into international market, how we can come up with innovative business model and entrepreneurship models, and so on and so forth. So today, what I would like to share with you is something, a project that I work with a private sector company I share, and this company specializes in POS systems. So, for example, you see this kind of terminal devices in restaurant, from food ordering to the actual serving of the food. So this is a cloud-based system, and this is a project this company has been working on in collaboration with my team. We did this project 2 years ago, and I would like to share with you some of the initial result of our research. So my presentation covers the motivation for the research. We will provide some basic information about this platform, our methodology. We gathered some data. The company is willing to share the data with you, and we work with our team of graduate students as well as US-based scholars, and eventually we came up with some recommendations. So about 2 years ago, we signed an MOU. This is collaboration between our school and the industry. And that was back in 2019, 2020. Everyone was still wearing a facial mask. Luckily, we don't have to do those things anymore. And we have been communicating very closely with iChef. The founder was someone that I had a lot of conversation with, and this week he was invited to serve as a judge for an entrepreneurship competition organized by Tzu Chi. So you probably still remember back in 2019, 2020, that at the heat, or that's at the peak of the pandemic. So the industry that had to bear the brunt of the impact were actually restaurants, large or small. All restaurants couldn't escape the impact of the brought about by pandemic. So how should the restaurant overcome this challenge? Because this has to do with the livelihood of all their employees. So this is obviously a daunting challenge for both the government as well as the industry, as mentioned by Chairman Huang, in addition to small and medium-sized companies. Whether we look at emerging market or developed countries, in emerging markets such as Indonesia, we know that small and medium-sized companies play a very crucial role, and it's the same for Taiwan. As mentioned by Mr. Lin in his presentation just now, by utilizing technology, AI, big data, analytics, we actually have a very good tools to help us solve these problems and help us achieve SDG goals. So when it comes to management, we are talking about management challenges. How can this restaurant successfully achieve digital transformation? This obviously is easier said than done. They have to deal with issues such as lack of money, whether or not the adoption of technology will prove effective. These are all very important issues. That's why we had this project, which represents a collaboration between academia and industry. So when it comes to the actual research, we look at strategies that should be adopted so that SME can successfully utilize state-of-the-art technology in order to help them improve their profitability, in order to help them achieve successful, sustainable transformation. So that's what has motivated our research. So very quickly, I would like to take you through the platform they were created. So this is a traditional POS terminal. If you go to a restaurant, especially when you want to make a payment for the bill, you will see this type of terminal on the counter. And where they are very innovative is they came up with a new device. Originally, it's very it's very expensive, it's very bulky, but now they are able to create something that's much more lightweight, almost like an iPad, and they adopt the subscription model. It's actually software as a service. They provide B2B services. As you can see, again, very quickly, this is the iChef technology. This is the type of POS terminal they created. This is cloud-based. All you have to do is to use an iPad to replace very bulky terminals. You can use your smartphone to order the food you want, and even in the back end, they are able to use the same platform to engage in data analysis. They won many design awards, including Red Dot Invention Award. And this type of system provides great ease of use. So we can see a lot of difference between traditional system and their system. This is actually a very straightforward solution. If you go to a small restaurant for breakfast or a fast food restaurant, many employees will be using iPad to take your order. And this is their system. It's a very convenient, it's all very transparent, and along the way they will be able to build up a very comprehensive database. That way, they can actually reduce waste in human resources. It's become more transparent. Many restaurants are now using QR code for customers to order food. In terms of back end, for example, they obviously can utilize the system to reduce human errors in terms of mistakes committed by their chefs. And they can also engage in CRM, customer relations management. They also work with Google so that this restaurant can provide cloud-based services. And the services was launched in 2022. They also integrate food delivery into the system by working with companies such as Uber Eats or Food Panda. It used to be very time-consuming, but what's innovative here is that this type of interfacing is actually very easy and very effective. They can go through the internal interface to be connected with Uber Eats or Food Panda. They don't need any additional hardware to do that. So obviously, this is a very integrated and seamless platform. They basically are software provider, but they use their service to help this restaurant to successfully transform their business. Because all data related to customers are uploaded to their cloud-based database. The restaurant will know more about the preferences of the customers, which menu is particularly popular. By providing this type of capability, restaurant will be well equipped to modify their menu based on the preferences of their customers. And that way, they are able to improve their business and their operation efficiency, whether or not they should provide as diverse a menu as possible, or they should focus on some special dishes.
So this is a front end to back end integration. So this is their slogan, restaurant designed for restaurant, making running a restaurant easy. They also provide a 24-hour online service. So this is again is online offline integration. And here, what I did here mainly, this is about to including their staff, their founder, and the platform provider. We conducted in-depth interviews with them, and also for restaurants that use their restaurants. I interviewed to more than 10 restaurants. We use qualitative interviews, so we collect the data. We have daily, monthly data. Now they have more than 10,000 Taiwanese restaurants, and we get about 3,000, 4,000 samples to be analyzed by us. And particularly between 2019 to 2021, during the COVID-19 period, and they got the breakfast stores and also fast food, Japanese style restaurants, all kinds of restaurants. And here I would like to talk to you about that we were running some statistics calculation. We hope that to know that technology, how helpful it is beneficial to the survival of the small and medium-sized restaurants. And during the COVID-19 period, they utilized their services like cloud restaurants, online, offline integration, and those self-established systems, and also how that will influence Foodpanda and the Uber Eats. And the findings we got was that the cloud restaurant online ordering system, this reduced the rate of bankruptcy and increase their survival. And if you link to the third-party delivery system, and the effects were not substantial or very minimum. So we also have analyzed other results. This is one of them. So this is one topic, focusing on particular technology. For example, their self-made clouding restaurant system that's provided by iChef. And we found that this is beneficial for the survival of the restaurants and also for high-priced restaurants. The effects were particularly obvious, and these are all the samples we collected. And then this was case numbers of COVID-19. We use this as one of our statistics data analysis. We ran this when the pandemic got more serious, and this system will be even more helpful to the operations or survival of the restaurants. So these was analysis and the results of we got from our study on this page. Lastly, okay, these were the presumptions we have made. Okay, lastly, I would like to share with you another results that we got. Now, while we were talking to them about the use of a particular technology, particularly the iChef platform, that you can see Uber Eats, Foodpanda, and their impacts during the pandemic period. So here, this is a DID, the financial analysis that's popular to use difference to difference analysis. We found some interesting phenomena, that particularly during the short period of time. Using Uber Eats or Foodpanda was helpful for operations of the restaurant in terms of their overall revenues. However, after 1 year, the revenue of the benefits become negative, so that's a decreasing benefit. And also for the ratings of the restaurants, now people nowadays like to see how many stars, what the ratings they are, and for those high price and or then if you link to Foodpanda or the Uber Eats, actually the effectiveness was less. Okay, it took us 2 years to conduct the studies, so the preliminary outcomes we got so far, as a technology provider, as a platform provider, iChef provide this service. During the pandemic period, they got a lot of they help a lot of the small, medium-sized restaurants during the pandemic period. It actually changed their business model from resistance in the beginning and then gradually to acceptance of the cloud restaurants and also the royalty points collection system. So technology of digitalization actually have changed their operation models. To the platform provider, during the pandemic period, they're actually in the front line. Almost all the restaurants were closed during that period of time. But they established a closer ecosystem, a closer relationship among themselves on this platform. So this is like the mission of sustainability or common goodness. So this is actually a sustainable ecosystem. So, in the future, iChef and other restaurants, actually, they also gradually promoted the ESG, SDG, and other activities, including creating low-carbon restaurants, or to encourage their partners to donate part of their revenues to help underprivileged people, to make the society progress. So they also had this campaign. This is the low-carbon restaurants, and cooperate with some companies like Green Vine, 绿藤 company, to do this ESG campaign. So you can see here, and also this is that they encourage the restaurants to help the children in the remote areas to create this ecosystem. And the source of this strength was from the technology power to create a environment of sustainability and the wealth equity. So technology, for example, we have AI, and previous speakers talked about the changes brought up by technologies, including AI, for example, higher efficiency. I believe that this will benefit for the society, sustainability, wealth, equality, and common goodness. And I hope that all the industries and also small and medium-sized businesses can take this opportunity to upgrade ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Jian. And I believe that for the small and medium-sized restaurants to survive, actually this is a big contribution, because behind them there are family members and their livelihood. So here you gave us an example of this examples of the iChef. So now move on to the third presentation. We have Professor Jialin Chen, Deputy Dean of the College of Management at National Taiwan University. Now let's welcome Professor Chen, our third presenter of this session.
好，上人哦，在座的
Reverend Master, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to be here to make the presentation, particularly during the past few years. Our college, through innovation, what we have done in terms of ESG, and also to cooperate with advantaged groups, just like Dean Hu mentioned previously that the College of Management, NTU, in the past few years has put in a lot of efforts in this regard. And this time, through entrepreneurship innovation, this is a case study. And actually, they joined the Hort Awards globally. Out of 15,000 participants, they got the top 6. So that's quite an achievement. And today I'm going to talk about the team Cuisine. The founder of the Cuisine is here with us. I will talk for like 10 to 15 minutes. And for the rest of my presentation time, I will let the founder to talk about their experiences of how to help the disadvantaged people. And I introduce myself. I now is the EMBA director and also deputy vice dean of the College of Management at National Taiwan University. And I was participating in the process of globalization. I'm also the director of the Global EMBA. I would like to share with you our students at the College of Management how through innovation and entrepreneurship, how we can contribute to the idea of ESG. And I'm also from Hualien, so Tzu Chi played a very important role in my growth, and I also am on the advisory board of Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital. It's my pleasure to be here to make a presentation to you. Here I would like to talk to you about from my master's degrees and the PhD degree studying periods. All my topics were related to sustainability. In 2022, I published a book. This is an English book. Pursuing Sustainability was the title. I'm not selling book here. This is an academic book, and unless you would like to pursue a PhD, so here, unless you want to study PhD, and you don't need to buy this book. But I here would like to share with you on ESG what we have done, to share with you my experiences from the management college point of view. Here I would like to share with you that particularly from ESG and the corporate governance and their promotions. We talked about DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion, the so-called DEI. This has been paid a lot of attention, and more so. And when we talked about development of economy, just not just like the previous speaker said, that we're not just making a small, we're not just benefit a small group of people. We hope that we can benefit more people in a society to create a common goodness and also wealth equality. So here we also talked about the UN SDG, particularly 8.5 here, and it talked about that among SDGs, this one it has been the one with less progress. You know, SDG 8.5, what it hopes that is to by 2030 achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, including for young people and persons with disabilities, and equal pay for work of equal value. But actually, the reality was that we still have 80% of the people with a disability found it very difficult to find a job. So in order to solve the pain point, okay, this is an international case. Let me share with you. This was John Crazy Sock. This is the young man with Down syndrome. He found this company with his father. The purpose of the company is to spread happiness. The pattern of these socks were very interesting, and the Bush Jr., George Bush Jr., and also other politician figures, they put their figures on the socks after getting their agreement. I remember Picasso said that I hope that my whole life learn to paint like a child. You know, for children, they paint without limitations. For adults, it took them 20 years of learning painting, but actually their imagination become more narrow. But for this young man with Down syndrome, they were very limitless. You know, if they are given opportunities to create, actually they can do it very freely, particularly on patterns, in paintings, in art. Because of so, the crazy socks of John told us that it's possible that for disadvantaged people to find advantages and to exert those advantages, and through entrepreneurship and innovation, we can provide them opportunities or even to increase values for our society. And then we would like to introduce you another case. This one is in Taiwan, and this is a similar idea. It's that instead of provide fish to people, it's better that we provide them a fishing pole and teach them how to fish. So this one is 点点善. This is a program that they accompany with those people with challenges, and then they create artworks, and then they license these artworks. And by doing so, people living with disadvantages can get incomes, and at the same time for companies to participate in this ESG program. And the very good thing about that is that this 点点善 got a good design award. And actually the founder, Mr. Ye, was our student of the our business management. And what we would like to see is that he helped many people, but not many enough. So we encourage him that through our EMBA's program, we hope that Mr. Ye could do more. So we help matchmaking with him and also other 3 students or our graduates. They established a group called KUSE. So turn the offset to turn the offline activities into an online platform, and now they can link global buyers, global business buyers. So this was in 2022. They joined the this kind of like a Nobel Prize among 15,000 teams to compete, and they become the final 6 teams. Get the confirmation from around the world. So here we prepared a video for you, and that was in Boston. They represented NTU to make a pitch in Boston. So I would like to play this video for you to know what they have been doing. Please play the video for us.
We are set for the second round. How is our events team doing? Good. Our online judges, everything good? Our online experts, in-person judges, we're good? Perfect. What about the teams? How are you feeling? Woo! I swear I feel super excited, like anxious and nervous and excited for you all at the same time. So we're about to kick off the second round of pitches. We have 14 more startups to listen to. The first team that we will be listening to in this afternoon round is a team that has already created over 200 jobs, and today they are pitching for a spot in New York City. Please welcome on stage Kosei. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
这就是4位我们台大管理学院的学生。
So these are EMBA students. They are all from NTU.
If you take a look at this painting, you might think this is drawn by a well-known artist, but not really. It's actually drawn by her. Her name is Jai. She is visually impaired, but she really likes to draw. Not what she sees, but what she feels. So she started drawing from her imagination through all of these splashes and lines. It really gave her that sense of creativity. And then designers wanted to add more elements onto it, giving it a little bit more commercial value, turning this into a co-creation that could be licensed to businesses for further use. For example, this artwork over here was actually turned into a painting that was hung in one of the hotel lobbies in Taiwan that we worked with. At that very special moment, it really gave Jia that sense of empowerment. So right now we're thinking, why can't we reach out to hundreds and thousands of other disadvantaged groups just like Jia? Because more than 80% of people with disabilities are struggling to find a job. Not because they can't, because normally people only see the disabilities in them, but not the abilities in them. We're here to turn that around by really giving them the chance to really showcase themselves. They do not have to be an artist to be creative, but through creation, they can communicate to the world. We are Kusei. We are a new model for value creation rather than just donations and grants. But on a side note, we are also pronounced as Kusei, which means an empowering attitude towards life in Taiwanese. So this is how it works. We have the guidance materials, we offer them to the NGOs, and they will teach and train the disadvantaged people to co-create. And then they will upload their original artwork onto our platform where our designers will download, turning these into beautiful co-creations that could be used in so many different places. What have we done? For example, we turned this robot into a mascot robot that was actually licensed to one of the banks in Taiwan. Beautiful co-creations, turning them into product design, gift boxes. What else did we do? Turn these into art exhibitions. If you think outside the box, these artwork can be masterpieces. We also work with Taipei city government, turning the subway into an art gallery. We have strong support from Mayor of Taipei City, Vice President of Taiwan. We utilize our time wisely here in Boston by visiting Director General at TECO because we have a very firm plan that we want to make this global. We know there's a huge market in gift design and artwork licensing, and more businesses are responding to social issues, including disadvantage, diversity, and ESG. We're targeting disability groups in the first 2 years and moving onwards to disadvantaged groups third year onwards. Collaborative corporations will license our artwork, not only giving them back the self-confidence, and also incorporate and also enhance the corporate image. And now this is how we go to market. With our success in Taipei, we plan to bring our initiative to Hong Kong and Singapore, where a lot of the business corporations are based, and then moving on to Tokyo and LA, which are mature market for IP licensing. In the next 3 years, we will also work with 10 organizations in generating 2,500 job opportunities for the disadvantaged through our co-creation platform. As of 2021, we have already generated more than $700,000 in US dollars revenue in Taipei market alone. With the global platform, we estimate to generate 10 million US dollars in the next 5 years, of which 25% will be revenue shared with the disadvantaged individuals. And here's our team, each with core expertise, including world awarded designer, 6 years in communication and media, 10 years in business development, platform management with double master degree, and professional consulting.
Applause. I don't know if that's the nerd.
好的，谢谢。
Okay, great. Thank you. As you can see, what's so special about this project team? They do not just provide fish. They do not just teach them how to fish. They actually provide a fish market. So all disadvantaged people in the world can benefit from a platform of this kind. And now I would like to quickly take you through the business model. The people with physical and mental disabilities will create image, and then the image will be polished by professional designers, and eventually the product will be licensed to the business community so that they can create commercial value. As a result, they can be utilized by the business community. Therefore, it's more than just making donations. Rather, the focus is on empowering the disadvantaged people. At the same time, social impact will be created as well. So with this kind of platform, assistance can be provided to this type of business model so that they can be marketed in markets all around the world. And as a matter of fact, they have already generated a revenue of more than 700,000 US dollars, and the number will only go up in the future. As mentioned by Lawrence, it's not a competition to see which one of us has made more donations. 10 million, 20 million. Rather, we really should try and spend our money wisely in order to enhance the social impact. SROI stands for social return on investment. So again, through a platform such as Kusei, SROI and the relevant information will be disclosed in real time. And we talked about how we calculate social return on investment. As a matter of fact, the group has worked with many disadvantaged people. They worked with many stakeholders, and through interviewing with these people, they tried to quantify the social impact they are able to create. So through projects of this kind, we would like to prioritize a number of things. First of all, as we are able to identify the strengths of disadvantaged people, they can become an agent for creativity through platform of such as Kusei. These people can be linked up with potential buyers all around the world. Social linkage is a very important element because with this kind of linkage, we are able to provide assistance to people with disabilities so that they will be able to expand their potential. And this type of operation is quite sustainable. They can be passed down from generation to generation. In 2023, we have another group who was also among the top 6 in the competition. And they identified the topic of recycled fabrics because a lot of clothes were disposed of at the end of their life, but now the team wants to recycle all the second-hand clothes in order to convert them into something of commercial value. Now, I still have 5 minutes left. I would like to invite Mr. Ye, the founder of the Kusei platform, to come up to the podium. He will share with us how they plan to take their project even further. Thank you very much for giving me the time. I also would like to thank Tzu Chi Foundation for giving us the opportunity to share with you our experience. Because this morning I had a private conversation with Professor Hu. The reason why we wanted to go global, well, we know Tzu Chi Foundation has a number of missions. And they emphasize international cooperation. And Dian San, we wanted to interact with the general public. We wanted to engage in international cooperation because we want to transcend cultural barriers. So this is our project in the domain of art and education. And this actually is quite aligned with what Tzu Chi has been trying to do. And in terms of Kusei, we wanted to expand our social impact. When we want to take on any social issues, we believe for our platform, these issues can be integrated with our system of operation. In other words, if what we do is related to human beings, then we will find a lot of buy-in and support. And then we also need to upscale. Because a short while ago, many people asked us what the scope of our business. Well, my answer is based on social demand. In other words, how much is our service needed by the society? That's where our limit will be. Therefore, my concluding remarks will be wherever there's a need for our services, that's where we will be taking our service. And that's how we plan to upscale our operation. Thank you. Thank you so very much. We have 4 speakers in this session. They share their experience with us. As mentioned earlier, in the interest of time, we need to eliminate the Q&A session. However, if you do have questions, please engage our speakers in private conversations. That concludes our session. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so very much. We would like to invite our moderator and all the speakers to please come to the center of the stage for the group photo. Once again, a big thank you to our moderator as well as all the panelists. Thank you for sharing your great insight with us. In the afternoon session, some presentations will be made in English, so you are welcome to exchange a translation headset with your photo ID so that you can listen to the presentation through interpretation.